Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Silver moonlight danced upon the restless waves of the western sea, illuminating strange formations that had not been there when the sun set. From the white towers of Linden, the last elven haven in Middle-earth, keen eyes watched as ghostly lights flickered across waters that had swallowed the mighty Menor millennia ago. The lights pulsed with ancient rhythm, like heartbeats of a world long forgotten, calling to those with ears to hear. Gandalf the White stood atop the highest tower, his weathered hands gripping the stone parapet. The wind caught his beard and hair, now returned to their snowy brilliance after his rebirth. His eyes, deep pools of ancient wisdom, narrowed as he studied the phenomenon that had drawn him from his wanderings. They were not meant to return, he whispered to the night air. Not until the end of all things, see Arden the shipwright approach silently, his silver hair and beard gleaming in the moonlight. Unlike Gandalf, who appeared as an aged man, Círdan's immortal elven nature was evident in his timeless face, though his eyes carried the weight of countless ages. "The dreams come to all my people now," Arden said softly, voices calling from the west, but not from Valinor. They emerged from beneath the waves, from ruins that should remain buried. Gandalf nodded gravely. Islands are rising from the sea. The veil thins. What does it mean? Mithrandir? Gandalf closed his eyes, memories flooding back, memories from before he had taken the form of an old man, memories from when he was Olrin in Valinor. He remembered a secret journey to Menor before its downfall, walking among mortals in disguise at the behest of man himself. "It means I must sail to those islands," Gandalf said finally. "Some powers are stirring that were set in motion before the breaking of the world." 3 days later, a white ship with silver sails departed from the gray havens. Upon its deck stood Gandalf, his staff glowing with soft light. Beside him were 3 companions: Eldarion, son of King Aragorn and Queen Arwen, a young man with the noble bearing of his father and the otherworldly grace of his mother; Gimli, Gandalf's old companion, his red beard now streaked with white, but his axe as sharp as ever; and the mysterious Nimrodel, an elven woman with midnight hair and eyes that reflected starlight. She claimed to have returned from Valinor with warnings, though Gandalf sensed something ancient and strange about her presence that even he could not fully comprehend. As they sailed westward, the sea became increasingly strange. Waters that should have been deep blue turned to shimmering silver and gold. Creatures unlike any known in Middle-earth swam alongside their vessel, translucent fish with glowing patterns along their flanks, and serpentine beings that seemed woven from moonlight. On the dawn of the 7th day, the islands appeared before them, 3 land masses rising from the mist, their shores gleaming with strange crystals that caught the morning light. Ancient towers of black stone, somehow untouched by centuries beneath the waves, pierced the sky. Forests of white trees crowned the highest points, their leaves a metallic silver. "Impossible," breathed Eldarion. "These structures should have crumbled long ago. This was Western Menor," Gandalf said quietly. "The holiest region of the island kingdom, where the last faithful to the Valar maintained their temples even as Arfares turned to darkness. Gimli squinted at the shoreline. "Those aren't natural formations along the beach." "No," agreed Gandalf. "They are statues. The kings and queens of old, their faces turned toward Valinor in eternal supplication, they guided their ship into a natural harbor where the water was unnaturally still. As they disembarked, Gandalf felt a strange resonance with his staff, as though the very land recognized him, or rather, recognized what he truly was beneath his mortal disguise. The air hummed with ancient magic, not the subtle power of the elves, nor the corrupted sorcery of Sauron, but something deeper and more primordial magic from the dawn of creation, when the world was young and malleable. "Be on your guard," Gandalf warned his companions. "This place exists between worlds. The normal rules may not apply here." They walked along a path of shimmering white stone that led from the harbor to the nearest temple, a domed structure of obsidian and silver. Strange runes covered its surface, older than any language known to the peoples of Middle-earth. Yet Gandalf could read them, for they were from the time before time, when he had walked in Valinor as Olrin. "What do they say?" asked Nimrodel, her voice betraying more knowledge than curiosity. Gandalf gave her a measured look before answering. "They speak of a final darkness that would come after the departure of the elves. A darkness unforeseen even by the Valar. Is that why we're here?" Gimli gripped his axe tighter. "To learn of some new threat? I believe," Gandalf said carefully, "that the faithful of Enmenor prepared something here, a contingency. Knowledge or power preserved against the time when it would be most needed." The great doors of the temple opened at Gandalf's touch, revealing a vast circular chamber. At its center stood a pool of water, so still it appeared to be solid glass. The ceiling above was open to the sky, though strangely, the chamber remained dry, despite the morning mist outside. Around the pool, 9 statues stood in a circle, figures robed and hooded, their hands extended toward the water. As Gandalf approached, the pool began to glow with an inner light, and images formed upon its surface. They saw Enmenor in its glory-white ships with golden sails, towers that reached for the heavens, gardens of unimaginable beauty. Then they saw its corruption and fall, the great wave that consumed the island, dragging it beneath the wrathful sea. But the vision did not end there. It showed a small group of the faithful, led by a hooded figure, descending into chambers beneath the western temples. They carried with them books and artifacts, sealing them away with spells of preservation. The last image was of the same hooded figure, looking directly at Gandalf, as though across the vast gulf of time. The hood fell back, revealing a face that made Gandalf step backward in shock. For he was looking at himself not as the gray or white wizard, but as Olrin, his true form partially revealed in the world of men. "You knew," Nimrodel said softly. "You were there. I was sent," Gandalf admitted, his voice distant with remembrance. "Before my time as a wizard, I walked briefly in Enmenor, guiding those who still kept faith. I helped them prepare. This, but my memory of it, was veiled when I took mortal form." "Prepared what, exactly?" Eldarion asked. Gandalf approached the pool and placed his hand upon the water's surface. Instead of breaking, the surface parted like a curtain, revealing steps that descended into depths glowing with amber light. "Knowledge," Gandalf said, "and power. The last gifts of the Valar to men and the free peoples of Middle-earth, to be revealed only when most needed." They descended the staircase, finding themselves in a vast library. Books and scrolls of material, unlike any parchment or paper known to Middle-earth, lined the walls. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a crystal sphere that pulsed with inner light. The Palantir of Arundel, Gandalf breathed. I thought it lost forever. What does it do? Asked Gimli, instinctively keeping his distance from the object. Unlike the other seeing stones, this one was made in Valinor itself. It does not merely show distant places or times, it reveals truths. The nature of things as they truly are. Gandalf circled the pedestal cautiously. With this, we could see the threat that approaches and perhaps how to counter it. But at what cost? Nimrodel stepped forward. You know the price of such knowledge, Mithrandir. For the first time, Gandalf looked at her with full understanding. You are not Nimrodel, are you? No elf has returned from Valinor. She smiled sadly, and for a moment, her form seemed to shimmer with light. No, I am a messenger, sent to ensure you found this place. To ensure you understood what must be done and what must be done. Eldarion asked, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword. To access the knowledge contained here, the being that was not Nimrodel said, Gandalf must reveal his true nature. He must set aside his mortal disguise and step fully into this world as Ol Rin. A Maya of Valinor, Gandalf's expression darkened. If I do that, I cannot return to my current form. My task in Middle-earth would end. Yes, she confirmed. That is the price. To save Middle-earth from what comes, you must sacrifice your place within it. Silence fell upon the chamber as the weight of the choice settled on Gandalf's shoulders. He looked at his companions Eldarion, representing the future of men. Gimli, the steadfast heart of the dwarves. And the messenger, a reminder of his true origins and purpose. What comes against Middle-earth? He finally asked. Tell me that much, something older than Sauron, she replied. Older than Morgoth. A darkness that slept beneath the foundations of Arda since before the First Age. It stirs now as the power of the elves fades and the dominion of men begins. Gandalf nodded slowly, understanding at last. He turned to Eldarion and Gimli. Return to Middle-earth. Warn Aragorn and the others. Tell them, he paused, looking around at the library of ancient knowledge. Tell them that Gandalf has gone to find the light that can overcome the final darkness. He gripped his staff and looked once more at the Palantir of Arundel. Then, with a deep breath, he drove the base of his staff into the stone floor. A blinding light filled the chamber, forcing Eldarion and Gimli to shield their eyes. When they could see again, Gandalf was gone. In his place stood a being of pure light, its form vaguely humanoid, but constantly shifting, like flame-given conscious thought. The being reached out and touched the Palantir, which responded with an answering glow. Knowledge flooded the chamber, images, words, and concepts beyond mortal comprehension. But distilled within them was a clear understanding of both the threat and how to overcome it. The being that had been Gandalf turned to them one last time. When it spoke, its voice resonated not in their ears, but in their minds. The islands will remain for 7 days before returning beneath the waves. Take what you can carry from this library. The future of Middle-earth may depend on it, as Eldarion and Gimli gathered scrolls and small artifacts under the guidance of the light being. The messenger approached the Palantir and placed her hand upon it. Is it worth the sacrifice, Ol Rin? She asked. The being of light seemed to pause in contemplation before answering. I have walked in Middle-earth for over 2,000 years. I have known its peoples, fought its battles, felt its joys and sorrows. To preserve it, there is no sacrifice too great. The light within him pulsed brighter, and for a moment, the chambers of Ancient and Menor were illuminated as though by the light of Valinor itself, a light that Middle-earth had not seen since before the breaking of the world. And in that light, hope was kindled anew. Story 2. The winds howled through the jagged peaks of the gray mountains, carrying whispers of an ancient evil stirring from its slumber. Snowflakes danced between towering stone sentinels that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms since the first age of Middle-earth. Amidst this realm of perpetual winter, a solitary figure climbed steadily upward, his blue hat and gray robes billowing in the merciless gale. Gandalf the Grey paused, leaning upon his gnarled staff as he gazed upward at the eagles ere now ominously silent. For weeks, these majestic creatures, messengers of man and faithful allies throughout countless struggles, had been vanishing from the skies of Middle-earth. The wizard's weathered face creased with concern as he recalled the words of Gwaihir, Lord of the Eagles, during their last council at Rivendell. "Something hunts us from the shadows between shadows," the great eagle had declared, his golden eyes reflecting the firelight. "My kin disappear without trace or cry." Now only silence greeted Gandalf as he reached the vast nest carved into the mountainside. Feathers scattered across stone, some bearing strange marks that glowed with an unearthly blue luminescence. The wizard knelt, his fingers hovering above but not touching the tainted plumage. "Ancient magic," he murmured, "older than the making of the rings." A weak cry drew his attention. Huddled in a crevice lay a wounded eagle, its magnificent wings crumpled, golden feathers matted with blood that shimmered with the same eerie glow. Gandalf approached cautiously, speaking soft words in a language rarely heard in Middle-earth since the elder days. The eagle's eye flickered open, recognition dawning. "Mithrandir," it gasped, using Gandalf's elven name. "You should not have come. He returns." From the darkness between worlds, who returns, my friend? Gandalf knelt beside the dying creature, the master of wings. He who taught dragons to fly before the breaking of the world. The eagle shuddered. "He knows you, Olrin. Knows what you were." Before, a tremor ran through the wizard at the mention of his true name, one he had not carried since walking the blessed shores of Valinor. With gentle hands, he stroked the eagle's head as its breathing grew shallow. "Rest now," Gandalf whispered, "and fly to the halls of your master beyond the circles of the world." As life faded from the noble creature, a single feather detached itself and floated into Gandalf's palm. Unlike the others, this one shimmered with pure golden light. Within its filaments, images flickered. A fortress of black ice nestled within a mountain crown, a chamber of ancient bones, and a figure wrapped in shadow and flame. Gandalf closed his hand around the feather. So, the past returns to haunt us all. 3 days later, the wizard stood before the hidden entrance to Morinetter's library, a sanctuary of forbidden knowledge, nestled within the tangled heart of Mirkwood. Few remembered its existence. Fewer still dared approach its moss-covered stones and whispered enchantments. Ancient trees twisted protectively around the structure, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns that served as both ward and warning. "You seek dangerous knowledge, old friend," came a voice from the shadows. Radagast the Brown emerged from the undergrowth, looking more wild and unkempt than ever. Birds nested in his tangled hair, and small creatures scurried within the folds of his earth-stained robes. "Dangerous times call for dangerous measures," Gandalf replied, clasping his fellow wizard's arm. "The eagles die, Iwendell. Something hunts them from the ancient places." Radagast's eyes widened. "The great eagles, but they are under Maneth's protection. Even the Valar's Reach has limits in Middle-earth," Gandalf said grimly. "I need to consult Morinetter's scrolls specifically, those concerning Thuringwethel and her kin." Radagast paled at the name. "The vampire herald of Morgoth?" "Those dark arts were forbidden even before our coming to these shores, yet Morinhetter recorded them," Gandalf insisted. And somewhere within those records lies the key to understanding what we now face. With reluctance, Radagast pressed his hand against a particular knot in the largest tree. Wood groaned and stone shifted, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The sanctuary recognizes you still, but beware, knowledge changes those who seek it. Gandalf descended alone, his staff illuminating chambers that had not known light for centuries. Scrolls and tomes lined the walls, their bindings made from materials unknown to the races of Middle-earth. The wizard moved deliberately through the collection until he found what he sought: a small chest bound with mithril and inscribed with warnings in a language predating the awakening of the elves. Hours melted into days as Gandalf pored over the ancient texts. When he finally emerged, his face was ashen, his eyes haunted by revelations few could bear. "I know what hunts the eagles," he told Radagast, who had kept faithful vigil. Draugluin the Elder, not the wolf chieftain slain in the First Age, but his namesake and ancestor. A shapeshifter from before the shaping of Arda, one of Morgoth's first lieutenants, thought destroyed during the music of the Aenir. How can such a being return? Radagast asked, trembling. The texts speak of vessels prepared long ago, sleeping bodies crafted to house ancient spirits. Should they find a way back from the void? Gandalf's voice lowered. And he seeks the eagles because they alone can recognize his true nature. Just as they recognized mine when first I came to these shores. Radagast's eyes widened with understanding. Because you were, yes, Gandalf nodded, uncomfortable with the acknowledgement of his true nature as one of the Mire, divine spirits who served the Valar. Before I took this form, I walked in Valinor as Olrin. I knew Morgoth before his fall, as did Draugluin. What will you do? The only thing I can, Gandalf replied. Seek out the weapon forged specifically against such shadows. The Sword of Arundel, the fortress of black ice, loomed against the northern sky, its spires piercing the clouds like accusatory fingers pointing toward the heavens. No banner flew from its towers, no guards patrolled its walls, yet dread emanated from it like heat from flame. Gandalf stood at the edge of a frozen lake, studying the fortress with grim determination. Beside him stood an unlikely companion, Meglin, last descendant of the dragon Encalagon, now wearing the form of a tall, pale man with eyes that occasionally flickered with inner flame. You trust me not at all, Meglin observed, his voice carrying the faintest hint of a growl. I trust the blood oath you swore, Gandalf replied evenly. Your ancestor may have served Morgoth, but you have chosen your own path, and that path leads to death if Draugluin succeeds. Meglin glanced toward the fortress. The primordial dragons he seeks to resurrect would view my kind as mere shadows, pale imitations to be consumed. They crossed the frozen lake as night fell, the ice creaking beneath their feet. No guards challenged them, yet both sensed countless eyes watching from the shadows. The great doors opened at Gandalf's touch, revealing a vast hall where bones of unimaginable size formed macabre archways. Dragon bones, Meglin whispered, but older than any I have seen, even in our deepest memories. At the hall's center stood a figure draped in flowing robes of midnight blue. When he turned, his face was beautiful beyond mortal measure, yet cold as the surrounding ice. Olrin, he greeted, using Gandalf's ancient name. Or do you prefer Gandalf in this diminished form? How far you have fallen, to walk as a mortal and consort with the lesser races. Draugluin, Gandalf acknowledged, his hand tightening around his staff. Your quarrel is with me, not the eagles you have slain. The eagles see too clearly, Draugluin replied with casual disdain. Just as they recognized you for what you truly are, they would have revealed me before my work was complete. He gestured to the bone archways. Beautiful, are they not? The remains of the firstborn dragons, who flew before the world was shaped. Soon they shall fly again. You seek to resurrect creatures that even Morgoth feared to fully unleash. Gandalf took a step forward. You will destroy all that is. I will restore what should have been, Draugluin countered. When the dragons rise again, this flawed creation will be purified in flame, and from the ashes, a new world shall emerge, one not constrained by the tyranny of the Valar. With startling speed, Draugluin lunged forward, his form shifting, limbs elongating, face stretching into a lupine snout filled with razor teeth. Gandalf raised his staff, a blinding light erupting from its tip that forced the creature back. Now, Meglin, the wizard commanded. The dragon descendant leapt forward, plunging ancient silver daggers into specific points among the bone archways. The structure groaned, ancient enchantments disrupted by the touch of dragon blood upon ancestral remains. Howling with rage, Draugluin abandoned his beautiful form entirely, transforming into a massive wolf-like creature with wings of shadow. You cannot stop what has begun, he roared, launching himself at Gandalf. The wizard stood his ground, drawing from within his robes a slender crystal vial filled with liquid starlight, the essence of Arundel's sword that Radagast had safeguarded for millennia. As Draugluin's jaws opened to devour him, Gandalf shattered the vial against his staff. Light exploded through the hall, pure and terrible as the first dawn. Draugluin shrieked, his shadowy form writhing as the light penetrated every part of his being. The bones trembled, ancient magic unraveling under the power of Arundel's blessed light. You knew, gasped Draugluin as his form began to dissolve. You knew the sword was destroyed, but its essence preserved, Gandalf replied solemnly. Some weapons are too important to lose entirely. As the creature that had once been Draugluin faded into nothingness, the fortress began to crumble. Gandalf and Meglin fled across the frozen lake as towers of black ice collapsed behind them, plunging into the depths with tremendous crashes that echoed across the frozen wasteland. When silence finally returned, Gandalf gazed northward, feeling the weight of ancient memories and future responsibilities pressing upon him. Will they return? Meglin asked. The primordial dragons? Not in our time, Gandalf answered, though other threats will rise in their place. He turned to his unlikely ally. Your debt is paid, last son of Encalagon. Go forth and write your own story, one not bound by the sins of your ancestors. As Meglin departed toward distant mountains, Gandalf raised his staff. From the clouds descended Landroval, brother of Gwaihir, his magnificent wings spanning the width of a small house. The skies sing with joy once more, Mithrandir, the great eagle declared. The shadow has passed from our kind, for now, Gandalf replied, climbing onto the eagle's back. But other shadows gather. The game of powers is long, and we have won but a single move. As they soared above the clouds, Gandalf gazed toward the western horizon, toward lands beyond sight where he had once walked in a different form. For a moment, he allowed himself to remember what he had been before taking on the limitations of his current existence, and what he might yet need to become before his task in Middle-earth was complete. The world below spread out like a tapestry of light and shadow, beauty and peril intertwined in patterns too complex for mortal minds to fully comprehend. And through it all, the great eagles would continue their silent vigil, guardians of the skies and keepers of secrets as ancient as the songs that had first shaped the world. Story 3. Darkness dwelled in the forgotten halls of Moria, deeper and more ancient than the mere absence of light. It was a living thing, primordial and patient, that had lurked in the abyss since the shaping of Middle-earth. The dwarves who had carved their kingdom beneath the mountains had disturbed it once, fleeing before its wrath. Now, in the waning years of the Third Age, that darkness stirred again. Gandalf the White stood at the eastern gates of Moria, his weathered face illuminated by the pale glow of his staff. The moonlight cast long shadows across the black waters of the lake, where the Watcher had once dragged many to their doom. The wizard's dreams had led him back to this forsaken place, back to where he had fallen. The nightmares had begun 3 moons past. Each night, Gandalf found himself standing upon the bridge of Moria, facing the Balrog once more. But in these dreams, when the bridge collapsed and they fell together into the abyss, something else awaited them in the darkness below, something older and more terrible than the demon of flame and shadow. "You need not walk this path alone," came a voice like the rumble of distant thunder. Thorin III Stonehelm, king under the mountain and descendant of Durin, approached from the shadows. Behind him stood a company of 12 dwarven warriors, each bearing the marks of veteran campaigners who had survived the War of the Ring. "This is not your burden to bear, Thorin," Gandalf replied, his eyes never leaving the dark entrance before them. "Moria is the ancestral home of my people," Thorin said firmly. His beard, red like burnished copper woven with silver threads, was braided for battle. "If something stirs in its depths that threatens Middle-earth, then it is indeed my burden." Gandalf studied the Dwarf King, noting the resolve in his eyes. Unlike his namesake, this Thorin carried wisdom tempered by humility, a king who understood the price of pride. "What we seek lies in the deepest places of the world," the wizard warned. Places where even the Balrog feared to tread. Thorin's hand rested on the haft of his war axe. "Then we shall walk where kings and demons fear to tread, and we shall see what waits for us there." With a sigh that carried the weight of memory, Gandalf nodded. "Then let us begin." The first levels of Moria were much as Gandalf remembered, vast halls of stone with ceilings that soared beyond the reach of their light. Columns carved in the likeness of mighty trees supported caverns large enough to house entire cities. The dwarves moved with reverent silence through the halls of their ancestors, touching inscriptions and marveling at the craftsmanship that had endured millennia. But as they descended deeper, signs of change became evident. Strange growths clung to the walls, crystalline formations that pulsed with an inner blue light. Thorin reached out to touch one, but Gandalf caught his wrist. "Do not touch them," the wizard cautioned. "They are not of dwarven making. What are they?" asked N.R., Thorin's chief advisor. "Fragments," Gandalf murmured. "Echoes of power left behind when the Balrog fell." He leaned closer, studying the pulsing light within the crystal. The flame of Udden did not die with the Balrog, it splintered. Seeding itself throughout the deep places, they continued their descent, following paths that few had tread since the dwarves abandoned their greatest kingdom. The crystalline growths became more numerous, their light stronger, casting the halls in an eerie blue glow that made shadows dance like living things across the ancient stone. On the 7th day of their journey, they reached the bottomless chasm where Gandalf had battled the Balrog. The bridge of Moria had collapsed, but dwarven ingenuity soon spanned the gap with ropes and makeshift walkways. Beyond the chasm lay tunnels that delved ever deeper, some so ancient they predated the founding of Moria itself. It was in these primordial depths that they first encountered the Changed Ones. They had once been ORCs, perhaps, or other creatures that had sought refuge in the deep places after the fall of Sauron. Now they were something else, their flesh partially crystallized, blue fire gleaming in their eyes and pulsing beneath translucent skin. They moved with unnatural grace, neither fully alive nor truly dead. The company fought their way through several such creatures, Thorin's axe and Gandalf's sword glamdring cleaving through crystalline flesh that shattered like glass. But for each one they struck down, the wizards sensed dozens more lurking in the shadows beyond. "The fragments of the flame are remaking them," Gandalf explained as they barricaded themselves in a small chamber to rest. The Balrog was a Maya, a spirit of the same order as myself, though corrupted by Morgoth in the elder days. Its essence was not easily destroyed. Can such creatures be saved? Asked Thorin, cleaning blue ichor from his axe. No, Gandalf said grimly. What was done cannot be undone. But it can be contained. They pressed onward through tunnels that wound ever downward, following the path of Gandalf's memories and his dreams. The air grew warmer, heavier with ancient power that made the hairs on their necks stand on end. Finally, they reached a vast cavern unlike any other in Moria. Its walls were perfectly smooth, as though melted by impossible heat, and at its center lay a pool of liquid fire that cast no heat, yet illuminated the chamber with piercing light. Suspended above the pool was a pulsating crystal larger than a war chariot, its facets reflecting and refracting the light in hypnotic patterns. The heart of the flame, Gandalf whispered. What is this place? Thorin asked, his voice hushed with awe. This chamber existed before Moria, before the mountains themselves were raised, Gandalf replied. It is a wound in the world, left from the ancient wars that shaped Arda. The crystal pulsed, and with each beat, a wave of blue energy rippled outward. As they watched, several of the changed ones emerged from tunnels around the cavern, moving with purpose toward the crystal. They feed it and are observed. They bring it something, indeed. Each creature carried small crystals harvested from elsewhere in the mines, casting them into the pool of fire where they were absorbed into the larger matrix. The flame rebuilds itself, Gandalf said. The fragments seek reunification. If allowed to complete its task, what would happen? Thorin asked. Gandalf's eyes were distant, seeing beyond the present moment. A new Balrog would rise, but different, changed by its time in the deep places. More terrible, perhaps, than what came before. Then we must destroy it, Thorin declared, raising his axe. Not so simple, Gandalf cautioned. Strike it directly, and you may simply release its power more quickly. The wizard closed his eyes, drawing upon memories older than his time in Middle-earth, memories of Valinor, where he had walked as Ol Rin among the mire before taking mortal form. He remembered the music of the Aenir that had shaped the world, remembered the discordant notes introduced by Melkor that had brought darkness into creation. There is a way, he said finally, opening his eyes. But it requires sacrifice. From his robes, Gandalf produced a small crystal vial that glowed with inner light, not the corrupted blue of the Balrog's fire, but a pure white radiance, like concentrated starlight. What is that? Thorin asked. A fragment of myself, Gandalf answered softly, gathered during my rebirth, when the Valar returned me to this world as Gandalf the White. It contains a portion of my true essence as Ol Rin. Understanding dawned in Thorin's eyes. You mean to use it against the flame, like calls to like, the wizard confirmed. The power of the Balrog can be bound by power of similar origin, properly focused. At what cost to yourself? Thorin demanded. Gandalf's smile was tinged with sadness. Some memories, perhaps. Some power. The future is never certain, even for the wise. Before further objections could be raised, a tremor shook the cavern. The central crystal pulsed more rapidly, cracks appearing along its surface as blue fire leaked from within. The changed ones around the chamber turned as one toward the company, their eyes blazing with hostile awareness. It senses our intent, Gandalf warned. We act now, or not at all. With a cry, Thorin led his warriors against the crystalline creatures, axes and hammers shattering their transformed bodies. Gandalf strode toward the central pool, his staff held high as he spoke words of power that caused the very air to shimmer around him. The changed ones pressed their attack, overwhelming several dwarfs through sheer numbers. Thorin fought his way to the wizard's side, his ancestral axe cleaving through enemies with each swing. "Whatever you plan to do, old friend, do it quickly," he shouted. Gandalf stood at the edge of the pool, the vial of light held before him. The flame must be contained, not destroyed, he called back. It must have a vessel strong enough to hold it without being consumed. The crystal above the pool fractured further, blue fire pouring from its wounds like blood. The light within it coalesced, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape, the nascent form of a new Balrog struggling to be born. With a decisive motion, Gandalf cast the vial into the pool. Pure white light met corrupted blue fire, creating a vortex of energy that swirled through the chamber. The wizard raised his staff and brought it down with tremendous force upon the stone, uttering words in a language from before the birth of stars. The fractured crystal imploded, its power drawn down into the pool in a rushing torrent of fire and shadow. The vortex contracted, then expanded in a blinding flash that threw everyone to the ground. When Thorin's vision cleared, he saw Gandalf standing unnaturally still beside the pool. The liquid fire was gone, replaced by clear crystal that encased something within the intertwined essences of light and shadow, frozen in eternal balance. "Gandalf," Thorin approached cautiously. The wizard turned slowly. His eyes, normally sharp with wisdom and power, now held a distant look as though part of him viewed the world from very far away. "It is done," Gandalf said, his voice carrying strange harmonics. "The flame is bound. At what cost?" Thorin asked again, dreading the answer. Gandalf looked down at his hands, studying them as though seeing them for the first time. "I am changed," he admitted. "The binding works both ways. The flame is contained within me, as I am contained within it." Thorin's face darkened with concern. "Are you still yourself?" A smile crossed the wizard's face, familiar, yet somehow different. "I am Gandalf," he said, "and I am something more. The Valar sent me back to Middle-earth with purpose, though I did not fully understand it until now." He gestured to the crystal pool, now dormant and dark. "This place must be sealed, and knowledge of it hidden from all but a few. The power here is too great a temptation for any who might seek it. My people will guard it," Thorin promised. "None shall pass who are not permitted." As they began the long ascent from the depths, Thorin noticed that Gandalf's staff now emitted a light with the faintest blue tinge to its radiance. The wizard caught his questioning glance. "All power has its price," Gandalf said quietly. "I have paid willingly to prevent a greater darkness. But watch me, son of Durin. Watch me well in the days to come, and if the darkness grows within you?" Thorin asked. Gandalf's eyes sharpened, the distant look momentarily replaced by his old keen gaze. "Then you must do what friends have always done for one another, remind me of who I truly am." Together, they climbed toward the light of day, leaving behind the sealed chamber where primal forces lay in fragile balance. And if the shadows sometimes seemed to stretch oddly around the wizard as they ascended, or if his eyes occasionally reflected blue fire in the darkness, Thorin held to his promise and watched, a friend and guardian to one who had sacrificed more than any could know to keep darkness at bay. Story 4. The white towers of Minas Tirith gleamed like polished bone in the crimson light of sunset, their ancient stone infused with a luminescence that seemed to defy the encroaching darkness. 7 tiers of majesty carved into the very face of Mount Mindalluin. The city stood as a monument to the enduring spirit of men in an age when many wonders of the elder days had faded into legend. Yet on this night, as stars began to pierce the deepening blue of the eastern sky, An unnatural stillness had settled over the White City. In the highest chamber of the Tower of Icthelion, Gandalf the White stood motionless at a window, his weathered hands clasped behind his back as he gazed eastward. The wizard's transformation from gray to white had left few outward signs beyond the color of his robes and hair, but those who knew him well could sense the deeper change, a sharpening of purpose, a clarification of power long concealed beneath his humble exterior. His eyes, ancient and keen, narrowed as they fixed upon a point beyond the horizon, where shadows seemed to gather more densely than the simple absence of light would allow. "They come," he murmured, more to himself than to the room's other occupant. King Aragorn approached silently, the mithril circlet upon his brow catching the last rays of sunlight. Years of kingship had added silver threads to his dark hair, but had diminished nothing of his ranger's grace or warrior's vigilance. "All of them?" Aragorn asked, his voice deliberately neutral. Gandalf turned, a smile briefly softening the gravity of his expression. "Those who remain," he corrected. "Those who still remember their purpose. For 3 nights, Gandalf had been plagued by visions, images so vivid they transcended mere dreams. A darkness stirring beyond the borders of charted lands. A sixth Astari, unknown and unaccounted for in the lore of the wise. A staff broken and a flame that could not be extinguished. At dawn, he had sent out the call, summoning the remaining Istari to what might be their final council. The people whisper," Aragorn said carefully. "They say the wizards gather only before great strife or cataclysm. The people are not wrong," Gandalf replied. "Though I would spare them fear until we know more." A horn sounded from the city's lower circles, the clear note rippling through the evening air. Moments later, a servant appeared at the chamber door. "My lords," he announced with a bow, "Radagast the Brown has arrived." The council chamber had been prepared in the heart of the citadel, a circular room with high windows that admitted the silver light of stars and moon. A table of polished obsidian dominated the center, its surface engraved with a map of Middle-earth. 5 chairs surrounded it, 1 white, 1 gray, 1 brown, 1 blue, and 1 that gleamed with a deep crimson. Only 3 would be filled this night. Radagast entered with the scent of forest and loam clinging to his brown robes. Birds had nested in his wild hair, and small creatures occasionally peeked from his voluminous sleeves. Yet for all his eccentric appearance, his eyes were sharp with a wisdom that had witnessed the turning of many ages. "Old friend," he greeted Gandalf, clasping forearms in the manner of woodland folk. "Your summons was most urgent. The matter brooks no delay," Gandalf replied. He gestured to the table. "We await one more before we begin." As if in answer to his words, a cold wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing several candles. In the doorway stood a figure swathed in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. LOTR the Blue's face was ageless and stern, his eyes the color of winter sky. Unlike Gandalf and Radagast, who had adopted the ways and concerns of the free peoples, LOTR had remained aloof, wandering the far eastern reaches where few from the western lands ventured. "The White Wizard calls," LOTR said, his voice carrying the accent of distant lands, "and I have answered, though my work in the east lies unfinished." Gandalf nodded in acknowledgement. "Your presence honors us, LOTR. The knowledge you bring from the east may prove crucial." The wizards took their seats, Gandalf in the white chair, Radagast in brown, LOTR in blue. The gray and crimson chairs remained empty, silent reminders of Saruman's treachery and Palando's long absence. "Where is the young one?" LOTR inquired, glancing toward the doorway. "The girl with the sight. Surely she is part of why we have been summoned," as if on cue, a slender figure slipped into the room, moving with such quiet grace that even Gandalf had not sensed her approach. Elindra stood barely to the wizard's shoulder, her features bearing the delicate beauty of youth, though her eyes held the depth of one who had seen beyond the veil of the visible world. Neither fully elf nor fully human, she was the last of a bloodline that traced back to the seers of Inmenor before its fall. "Forgive my tardiness, my lords," she said, her voice soft yet clear. "The visions come more strongly in this place. It was difficult to find my way through them." Gandalf gestured for her to take a position beside his chair. "Tell us what you have seen, child." Elindra closed her eyes, her slender hands gripping the edge of the obsidian table. "A shadow moves in the uttermost east, beyond the red mountains, where the stars are strange. It has a voice like distant thunder and eyes like wells into the void." She shuddered. "It speaks your names, all of your names, even those you bore before coming to these shores." The wizards exchanged glances of quiet alarm. Few in Middle-earth knew the true nature of the Istari as Mire spirits sent by the Valar in the forms of aged men. "Show us," Gandalf said gently. Elindra reached into a pouch at her belt and withdrew a crystal no larger than a robin's egg. When she placed it upon the map, it began to glow with an inner light, casting strange shadows across the engraved lands. Images formed within its facets, mountains, unlike any in the western lands, vast steppes where horsemen rode beneath banners of scarlet and gold, and finally, a tower of obsidian rising from a plain of ash, its peak wreathed in a crown of emerald flame. "The Tower of Emerald Fire," LOTR breathed, recognition and dread mingling in his voice. "We thought it abandoned centuries ago. What is this place?" Radagast asked. "A stronghold built during the Second Age," LOTR explained, "by those who fled eastward after the fall of Angband. My travels often took me near it, but I sensed only emptiness within its walls. Until recently." Gandalf leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the crystal. "And what changed?" LOTR's expression darkened. Whispers began among the eastern tribes, tales of a wizard in robes of deepest green who appeared from the northern wastes, bearing gifts of knowledge and power to those who would serve him. I thought them merely rumors, perhaps even a distortion of Palando's work in those regions. But now you believe otherwise?" Gandalf prompted. "Now I believe." LOTR hesitated, seeming to weigh his words carefully. "I believe that we were not the only emissaries sent from the west, that perhaps the Valar dispatched others in secret, with purposes unknown even to us." A heavy silence fell upon the chamber. Gandalf's gaze drifted to the empty crimson chair, which tradition held was reserved for Palando, LOTR's companion, who had ventured into the Far East centuries ago and never returned to the western lands. "Speak plainly, LOTR," Gandalf said at last. "You suspect this green wizard is Palando, turned from his purpose as Saruman was." "I suspect nothing," LOTR replied sharply. "I merely report what I have observed." "But consider this. Olrin," he used Gandalf's true name with deliberate emphasis. "If the Valar sent 5 of us openly, might they not have sent others in secret? A contingency, perhaps, should we fail in our mission to guide and counsel rather than to rule?" Before Gandalf could respond, Elindra gasped, her hands flying to her temples as the crystal on the table pulsed with sudden intensity. Images flickered rapidly within armies on the march, strange beasts of burden carrying war machines unlike any forged in western lands, and above them all, a figure robed in green wielding a staff that glowed with the same emerald fire that crowned the distant tower. "He comes," she whispered. "He has sensed our counsel and now turns his gaze westward." Radagast rose from his chair, alarm clear on his face. "If what we fear is true, we must warn the kingdoms of men and the remaining elven realms. Prepare defenses, no, Gandalf interrupted, his voice quiet but carrying a power that silenced the room. That is exactly what he would expect. Mass movements of troops, visible preparations for war, these would only confirm to him that his secrecy is broken. What do you propose instead? LOTR asked, his tone making it clear he already disagreed with whatever Gandalf might suggest. A smaller approach, one he will not anticipate. Gandalf turned to Elindra. Your gift allows you to see through deceptions, to perceive things as they truly are, not as they appear to be. It is why I called you to this council. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You wish me to accompany you eastward? Not only you, Gandalf replied. A small company, chosen for specific purposes. Aragorn's rangers still patrol the eastern borders. 2 or 3 of their finest scouts would serve us well. You speak of infiltration, LOTR said with grudging approval. A dangerous gambit, but perhaps the only viable approach given our limited knowledge. And what of us? Radagast asked. Shall the Astari simply watch and wait while you venture into the unknown? Gandalf's expression grew grave. The threat may not come only from without. If there is indeed a 6th Astari, whether sent by the Valar or risen through other means, then we must consider another possibility. He paused, choosing his words carefully. That we have been compromised. That someone close to our council may be feeding information eastward. The accusation hung in the air like a blade. LOTR's eyes narrowed, while Radagast looked stunned at the implication. You suspect one of us? The brown wizard asked incredulously. I suspect nothing and no one, Gandalf replied, echoing LOTR's earlier words. But I would be a fool not to consider all possibilities, no matter how unpalatable. He rose from his chair, his white robes seeming to gather light from the room's shadows. Radagast will return to the forests and speak with his bird friends. Their eyes see much that passes unnoticed by larger creatures. He turned to the blue wizard. LOTR, you know the eastern lands better than any of us. I need maps, knowledge of the tribes and their alliances, anything that might aid our journey. And you, Gandalf? LOTR asked, his voice neutral. What will you do while we fulfill these tasks? Gandalf's gaze fell upon the crystal on the table, still pulsing with emerald light. I will seek answers in the libraries of Minas Tirith. There are texts here saved from Menmenor that speak of the early days after the Astari's arrival. Perhaps there are mentions of others who came with us, records that have been forgotten or overlooked. As the council adjourned, Elindra lingered behind with Gandalf. When they were alone, she spoke in a whisper. There is something you did not share with the others, she said. It was not a question. Gandalf sighed, suddenly looking every year of his apparent age. In my visions, I saw a staff broken upon stone steps, and green fire consuming the fragments. But I also saw who broke it. He met her eyes. It was you, Elindra. You stood before the green wizard and shattered his power, though at what cost to yourself. I could not see. The young seer absorbed this revelation with remarkable composure. Then my path is set, regardless of the dangers. Perhaps, Gandalf admitted. But destiny is rarely as fixed as visions suggest. We make our own paths with each choice, each step. As they left the chamber, the crystal on the table dimmed, but did not extinguish entirely. Within its depths, the image of the distant tower remained, the crown of emerald fire burning like a baleful star in the east, a beacon of challenge to those who would oppose the rising darkness. And somewhere beyond the mapped borders of Middle-earth, a figure in robes of deepest green paused in his preparations, sensing the council that had just dispersed. A smile curved lips that had not known mirth in centuries, for the game of powers had truly begun at last. Story 5. The black mist crept through the village of Frost Hollow, like ghostly fingers, seeping beneath doors and through shuttered windows. It carried neither the damp chill of autumn fog nor the acrid bite of smoke, but something far more sinister, a whisper of ancient malice that turned dreams to nightmares and hearts to stone. Those touched by the mist rose from their beds with eyes devoid of light, their movements mechanical as they walked into the night, never to return as themselves again. From the summit of Weathertop, miles distant from the afflicted village, Gandalf the Grey observed the spreading darkness with eyes that had witnessed the turning of many ages. His weathered face, framed by silver hair and beard, betrayed little emotion, though his knuckles whitened around his gnarled staff as another tendril of black mist consumed a distant farmstead. "It should not be possible," he murmured to the wind. Not after all this time. The wizard had felt the disturbance 3 nights prior, a ripple in the fabric of magic that permeated Middle-earth, originating from deep within the lonely mountain. What had begun as a faint tremor in the mystical currents had swiftly grown into a maelstrom, awakening powers that had slumbered since the elder days. Gandalf's keen eyes caught movement on the road below, a solitary rider, pushing their mount to its limits, heading directly for his position. Few knew to seek him here, at this ancient watchtower where the boundaries between worlds grew thin during the dying days of autumn. The rider's cloak, a deep midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, revealed her identity even before she dismounted and approached the weathered stone circle where Gandalf waited. "Lirian," he acknowledged, a hint of wariness in his tone. "I did not expect to find Morannin's daughter so far from the woodland realms." The woman who climbed the hill moved with elven grace, though her features revealed her mixed heritage, the pointed ears and luminous eyes of the firstborn tempered by a mortal father's legacy. Her dark hair was bound in intricate braids adorned with silver beads, and at her hip hung a curved blade of unusual design. "Would you have come had I sent word ahead, Mithrander?" she asked, using his elven name with deliberate emphasis. No warmth colored her voice. "Or would you have found pressing business elsewhere, as you have these 20 years past?" Gandalf sighed, suddenly appearing every year of his considerable age. "The rift between us serves no one, Lirian, least of all in these dark times." "What brings you from your forest sanctuary?" The same shadow that draws your gaze eastward. Lirian joined him at the ancient stones, her eyes fixed on the distant smudge of darkness consuming the village. "The black mist has been spreading for a fortnight. It began in the foothills of the lonely mountain, where my people have maintained watch since your father's disappearance." Gandalf finished for her. "Yes, I know of your vigil, though I believed it unnecessary." Lirian's expression hardened. "Unnecessary? You of all people should know better. My father did not die in that cavern, whatever tale you spread among the White Council. He was transformed, bound to something ancient and terrible that you helped create." The accusation hung between them, sharp as a blade. Gandalf did not deny it immediately, instead turning his gaze back to the spreading darkness. "What have you seen?" he asked finally. "Villages emptied, those touched by the mist becoming hollow vessels for a will not their own." Lirian's hand drifted to her sword hilt. "They speak a name in their empty voices, Morannin." "My father's name." Gandalf closed his eyes briefly, his worst fears confirmed. "Then he has found a way to return from the half-life I condemned him to. The binding was meant to be permanent. His consciousness merged with the artifact where it could do no further harm." "What artifact?" Lirian demanded. "For 2 decades, I have sought answers about my father's fate, and you have offered nothing but silence." The wizard studied her face, so like her father's had been before ambition, and forbidden knowledge had twisted him. Morannon had been Gandalf's apprentice once, centuries ago, one of the few mortals the Astari had chosen to instruct in the deeper mysteries. His brilliance had been matched only by his hunger for power, a hunger that had led him down paths no mortal was meant to tread. "Your father discovered ancient dwarven texts," Gandalf said finally, describing artifacts of immense power created before the forging of the Great Rings. One in particular caught his attention, the Heart of Durin, a crystal said to capture and amplify the essence of the earth itself. "The earth's power," Lirian repeated. "You mean the same force the dwarves awakened when they delved too deeply beneath Moria? The power that gave rise to the Balrog?" Gandalf nodded grimly. "The very same, though in a form less corrupted by Morgoth's influence. Your father became obsessed with finding the heart, believing it would grant him the means to rival the power of the Astari themselves. And did he find it?" "Yes." Gandalf's expression darkened with memory. "Deep within the lonely mountain, in chambers older than Durin's folk themselves. I followed him there, hoping to prevent what I knew would be catastrophe. The wind picked up around them, carrying the scent of pine and distant snow from the mountains." Lirian waited in silence, her eyes never leaving the wizard's face. "The heart had been sealed away for good reason," Gandalf continued. "It contained not only elemental power, but the bound spirits of ancient kings who had sacrificed themselves to protect their people from great evil. When Morannon attempted to claim the heart's power for himself, those spirits defended their prison. I arrived too late to stop the ritual, but in time to prevent the worst outcome, a complete merging of your father's consciousness with the bound spirits, which would have created an entity of immense power and rage. What did you do?" Lirian's voice was barely above a whisper. "I used arts forbidden to my order," Gandalf admitted. "I bound your father's spirit to the heart, but separated his consciousness from his power, creating a balance that I believed would hold for eternity." His eyes met hers directly. "I did not kill him, Lirian, but what I did may have been crueler still. I condemned him to awareness without agency, trapped with the ancient spirits he had sought to command." Understanding dawned in Lirian's eyes, followed swiftly by horror. "And now that binding weakens. The spirits escape, taking pieces of my father's consciousness with them, creating the black mist that turns living beings into puppets." "Yes," Gandalf turned, his decision made. "The binding can be restored, but to do so requires knowledge of its original creation. Your father studied ancient elven artifice before his fall skills he passed to before corruption took him. You need me," Lirian realized, bitterness edging her words. "After 2 decades of shunning my questions, suddenly, my skills become valuable to you." "I have always valued you, child," Gandalf replied softly. "It was guilt that kept me distant, not disdain. What I did to your father, necessary though it was, broke oaths I had sworn as both teacher and friend. For a long moment, Lirian said nothing, her gaze fixed on the distant darkness consuming Frost Hollow. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the weight of painful resolve. "I will help you rebind my father, Mithrandir, but not as punishment. If fragments of his true self remain untainted by darkness, I would save them." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "Then we journey to the lonely mountain with all haste. The entrance to the ancient chambers lies hidden in valleys few now remember." Dawn painted the eastern sky with pale gold as they rode, the urgent rhythm of hoofbeats marking their passage through lands increasingly touched by shadow. Villages stood abandoned, doors swinging open on empty homes where meals lay half-eaten and hearth fires had burned to cold ash. In others, folk moved with the same vacant stare, their movements puppeted by an unseen will. "They are being drawn somewhere," Lyrian observed as they passed yet another column of hollow-eyed villagers shambling eastward. Gathered for some purpose, your father was ever a creature of design. Gandalf replied grimly. Even in his binding, his mind works toward dominion. The spirits he now partially controls were once king's beings of authority and command. By midday, the lonely mountain loomed before them, its solitary peak piercing the sky like a sentinel. Unlike Ereber's grand entrance, their path led them to hidden valleys on the mountain's eastern face, where ancient stones carved with symbols older than the dwarven kingdoms themselves marked passages into darkness. These runes, Lyrian said, tracing weathered markings with slender fingers, their proto-Sindarin, mixed with something older still, the language of binding, Gandalf confirmed. Your father spent decades deciphering it. Its power lies in precision, exact meaning, paired with exact intent. The passage they followed delved deep beneath the mountain, beyond the realm of dwarven mining, and into chambers older than memory. Crystal formations lined the walls, giving off a pale blue luminescence that required no flame for illumination. The air grew heavy with ancient power, pressing against them like an invisible tide. Something watches us, Lyrian whispered, her hand moving to her blade. Many somethings, Gandalf corrected, raising his staff as the glow at its tip brightened. The bound spirits know we come. They entered a vast circular chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above. At its center stood a pedestal of black stone, upon which rested a crystal the size of a man's heart, pulsing with swirling energies of midnight blue and crimson. Black mist poured from fissures in the crystal, pooling on the chamber floor before streaming outward through unseen channels. The heart of Durin, Gandalf said softly. And your father's prison. As they approached, the mist thickened, coalescing into humanoid shapes that surrounded the pedestal empty-eyed villagers who had been drawn here by the escaping spirits. Among them stood a figure different from the rest, taller and more substantial, wearing robes that might once have been rich crimson, but now hung in tatters around a form that seemed partially translucent. Father? Lyrian's voice caught on the word. The figure turned, revealing a face that resembled carved marble more than living flesh, with eyes that swirled with the same energies contained within the crystal. Recognition flickered across features fixed in an expression of eternal hunger. Daughter, it replied, the voice hollow yet resonant. You come with my betrayer. I come to end your suffering, Lyrian replied steadily, though Gandalf sensed the tremor she fought to control. And Moranan's shade laughed, a sound like stone grinding against stone. I am only beginning. The binding weakens. Soon I shall command not only these paltry vessels, he gestured to the vacant-eyed villagers, but all who dwell within reach of my mist. Gandalf stepped forward, his staff held before him. The binding can be repaired, old friend. Your consciousness restored to balance with the spirits you disturbed. Balance? Moranan spat. You speak of balance when you condemned me to eternal imprisonment. No, Mithrandir. I have learned much in my captivity. The ancient kings were right to fear this power. It is beyond anything your precious order ever wielded. With a gesture from the shade, the villagers surged forward. Gandalf raised his staff, light blazing forth to hold them at bay, while Lyrian drew her blade, a curved sword inscribed with the same binding runes they had seen at the entrance. That sword, Moranan hissed, recognition and fear mingling in his hollow voice. Where did you acquire such a thing? You made it, Lyrian replied, advancing steadily despite the press of bodies. In the years before your fall, when you still taught me the art of binding, you said it was for protection against forces that might one day seek to claim your knowledge. Ironic that you would turn my own creation against me, Moranan snarled. Not against you, Lyrian corrected. reaching the edge of the pedestal. For you, with a swift movement, she plunged the blade into the heart of Durin. The crystal did not shatter, but seemed to absorb the sword, drawing it inward as though it were liquid rather than solid. Moranan's shade howled, a sound of both agony and release. Gandalf began speaking words of power, ancient syllables that resonated with the runes along the sword's length. Lirian joined him, her voice intertwining with his in a counterpoint of binding and release. The chamber filled with light, not the harsh brilliance of combat, but a softer radiance that seemed to emanate from within the crystal itself. The black mist retreated, drawn back into the heart as the fissures sealed themselves. The villagers collapsed like marionettes with cut strings, their chests still rising and falling with breath, but their eyes closed in deep slumber. Moranan's shade stretched toward the ceiling, elongating impossibly before being pulled back toward the crystal. "Father," Lirian called, her voice steady despite the tears on her cheeks. "If any part of you remains untainted, come back to yourself now. Be at peace for a moment." The shade's features softened, marble becoming flesh once more as recognition and sorrow passed across Moranan's face. "Lirian," he whispered, his voice briefly his own. "Forgive me." Then he was gone, drawn back into the crystal, which now pulsed with a steady, calm light, midnight blue and crimson energies in perfect balance rather than conflict. Silence fell upon the chamber. Gandalf placed a gentle hand on Lirian's shoulder as she knelt beside the pedestal, her tears falling upon the now sealed heart of Durin. "Did we save him?" she asked softly. "You did," Gandalf replied. "The part of him that remained true, the father who loved his daughter enough to create a weapon that would save rather than destroy. That essence is preserved within, at peace with the ancient kings who share his binding." Lirian stood, wiping tears from her face. "And the villagers? They will wake with no memory of their time under the mist's influence. They can return to their homes and lives as they prepared to leave the ancient chamber." Lirian paused, looking back at the softly glowing crystal. "Will the binding hold this time?" Gandalf's expression grew solemn. "For an age, perhaps more. But power such as this is never truly contained forever. Someday, others may come seeking what your father sought, then someone must maintain vigil," Lirian said with quiet determination. "Someone who understands both the binding and what is bound." The wizard studied her face, so like her father's had been in his uncorrupted days, filled with purpose and conviction. "Such a vigil is a heavy burden to place upon a single soul, not so heavy as the burden of knowing what might be unleashed should the binding fail again." Lirian's hand moved to where her sword had been, now become part of the binding itself. "Besides, I am my father's daughter. Who better to guard against his mistakes than one who might be tempted to repeat them?" As they ascended toward daylight, Gandalf found himself wondering, as he had many times through the long centuries of his service in Middle-earth, about the price of power and the nature of redemption. Behind them, deep beneath the lonely mountain, the heart of Durin pulsed with ancient magic, bound once more by the love of a daughter for a father lost, but not forgotten. Story 6. The last light of autumn caressed the golden leaves of Lothlorien as they danced their final waltz toward the forest floor. Within the heart of the ancient woodland, beneath the silver boughs of Malorn trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, Gandalf the Grey sat motionless. His weathered hands, which had once commanded fire and light with effortless grace, trembled as he stared at the message before him. The parchment bore the unmistakable seal of Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, but the handwriting belonged to another scribe, for Elrond himself could no longer wield a quill. "3 have fallen into the great silence," the letter read. "Saruman sits enthroned in Orthanc, Yet his eyes see nothing, his lips speak nothing. LOTR and Palando were found in the east, beneath the stars they once charted, breathing but unhearing. The blue wizards are now but empty vessels. You alone remain, Mithrander. You alone still carry the flame. Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the weight of centuries press upon his shoulders. The Astari, the wizards of Middle-earth, were 5 when they arrived upon these shores. 5 emissaries sent by the Valar to guide and protect. Now only he remained unaffected by what the elves had begun calling Euthaden, the fading. You sensed it too, didn't you, old friend? A voice whispered from the shadows. Gandalf didn't need to turn to recognize Radagast the Brown. Once robust and vibrant with the energy of wild things, the woodland wizard now appeared diminished. His skin had taken on the pallor of winter bark, and his eyes once bright with the wisdom of beasts and birds had dulled to the color of dried leaves. How long? Gandalf asked, his voice barely audible above the rustling canopy. Radagast emerged into the clearing, leaning heavily upon a staff that seemed to support more weight than it had been crafted to bear. The silence comes and goes, he replied. Some days I can still hear the whispers of the earth and the songs of the sparrows. Other days he trailed off, his gaze drifting skyward, where stars were beginning to pierce the twilight veil. Other days there is nothing but the void. Gandalf rose to his feet, towering over his friend, despite his own advanced years. We must seek answers, he declared, reaching for his staff, a gnarled length of oak that had accompanied him across countless leagues of Middle-earth. There are no answers to be found in scrolls or tomes, Radagast warned. This malady transcends mortal understanding. It comes from beyond the circles of the world, but Gandalf's eyes had caught something, a flicker of movement within Radagast's shadow that did not match the wizard's own. For the briefest moment, it seemed to elongate, stretching into a form both familiar and alien. What has happened to you, Iwendell? Gandalf whispered, using Radagast's true name, the name he bore in Valinor, before crossing the sea. Radagast's expression darkened. The fading changes us, Olrin. It transforms us into something, neither here nor there. I exist between realms now. He extended his hand, and Gandalf witnessed with growing horror how it briefly became translucent, revealing the forest floor beneath. I am becoming something else, something beyond wizard or man. Then you must help me find the source of this affliction before I too succumb. There is but one place that may hold answers, Radagast said solemnly. The caverns of Echo in the Blue Mountains. There, it is said, the very first song of creation still resonates through the stone. The journey westward was perilous. Winter descended upon the lands with unusual ferocity, as though the very seasons had slipped from their ordained path. Villages once bustling with life stood abandoned. Their inhabitants fled before whispers of a shadow that stole magic from the land. Even the stars seemed dimmer, less certain in their ancient patterns. As they traversed the weather-beaten paths that wound toward the Blue Mountains, Gandalf began to notice subtle changes in his companion. At times, Radagast appeared almost ethereal, his form wavering like a mirage in desert heat. At others, a darkness seemed to emanate from him, not the corruption of evil, but something more primordial, a void that hungered. What do you see when it happens? Gandalf asked one night as they huddled around a meager fire in the shadow of a ruined watchtower. When the fading takes you, Radagast's eyes reflected the dancing flames, multiplying them until it seemed as though galaxies burned within his gaze. I see beyond, he whispered. Beyond Middle-earth, beyond the sea, beyond even Valinor. I see the timeless halls where Eru Ilúvatar dwells in eternal song, He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a reverent hush. "We were never meant to remain here forever, Ol Rin. The Astari were sent with purpose, and when that purpose is fulfilled," he gestured upward, toward the infinite expanse of stars. "We are being called home." Gandalf frowned, the furrows of his brow deepening. "Then why does it manifest as suffering? As silence and stillness? If this is Ilvatar's call, why does it feel like a curse?" Before Radagast could answer, a haunting melody drifted through the night, a song without singer, notes without instrument. The fire dimmed, and shadows lengthened across the ancient stones. "Because something intercepts the call," Radagast said, his form beginning to shift and blur at the edges. "Something old, something hungry. Something that exists between the notes of the great music." The melody intensified, weaving through the air like strands of fate being spun by invisible hands. Gandalf felt it resonating within his staff, within the ring Narya that he kept hidden, within the very marrow of his bones. "The dissonance," Radagast whispered, his voice no longer entirely his own. "It feeds upon the divine spark within us, Ol Rin. It consumes our power, our purpose, our very essence." Gandalf raised his staff, summoning light to push back against the encroaching darkness. "What is this dissonance? Another servant of the enemy?" Radagast laughed, a sound like ice cracking over deep waters. "No, old friend. The enemy is but a single discordant note in Ilvatar's composition. The dissonance exists outside the song entirely. It is the silence between heartbeats, the void between stars." With unexpected swiftness, Radagast grasped Gandalf's wrist. Where their skin touched, Gandalf felt a cold beyond any winter's chill. "It wants what we have, Ol Rin. It wants what was given to us by the Valar, the divine spark, the connection to the music. It seeks to build a bridge between worlds using our power as pillars." The caverns of Echo loomed before them 7 days later, a vast mouth in the living rock of the Blue Mountains, its entrance adorned with carvings so ancient that even Gandalf, with all his millennia of wisdom, could not decipher their meaning. Symbols that predated the elves, perhaps even the awakening of the stars, spiraled into the darkness. "These were here before," Gandalf murmured, tracing the patterns with reverent fingers. "Before the breaking of the world, before the reshaping of lands, before the music took final form." Radagast agreed, his voice echoing strangely in the cavern's mouth. When all was still potential and possibility, they ventured inward, their path illuminated by the soft blue glow of Gandalf's staff. The air grew thick with significance, each breath drawing in not just oxygen, but memory and possibility. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with hidden life, veins of crystal catching and refracting their light into constellations unknown to Middle-earth's night sky. The deeper they traveled, the more Gandalf felt a peculiar resonance building within him, as though some part of his being recognized this place, remembered it from a time before memory. Corridors branched and merged in patterns that defied mortal architecture, spaces expanding impossibly or contracting to narrow passages where the wizards were forced to proceed in single file. "Listen," Radagast commanded suddenly, freezing in mid-step. Gandalf stilled, and in the profound silence that followed, he heard it, a melody so faint it might have been imagined, yet carrying such potency that he felt tears spring unbidden to his eyes. Notes that spoke of creation and dissolution, of beginnings without end and endings without finality. The first song, he breathed in awe. "What remains of it," Radagast confirmed. "Echoes preserved in stone when the world was young. They followed the ethereal music deeper still, until they emerged into a vast chamber whose ceiling was lost in darkness. At its center, stood a pool of water so still it resembled polished obsidian, reflecting nothing yet containing everything. The well of resonance, Radagast said, approaching its edge with reverence. It is said that the Valar themselves drank from these waters before departing for the west, leaving behind echoes of their voices that would guide those who followed. Gandalf joined him at the pool's rim, peering into its fathomless depths. For a moment, he glimpsed reflections that could not possibly exist in this hidden place: the white tree of Gondor, the doors of Durin, a ring of fire upon a dark tower, and strangest of all, himself transformed, clothed in white like Saruman, yet somehow more radiant, more terrible in majesty. "I see futures," he whispered. "Possibilities, and I see the past," Radagast replied, his gaze fixed upon waters that showed him visions Gandalf could not share. "I see our true purpose, Ol Rin, why we were sent, why we must now return." Before Gandalf could question him further, the chamber filled with light, not the warm glow of his staff nor the cold brilliance of stars, but something between, something both ancient and newborn. From the pool rose a column of luminescence that took shape slowly, forming limbs and features that seemed to shift between man and woman, elf and dwarf, mortal and divine. Istari, it spoke, its voice the harmony of countless songs. Last emissaries of the West, the bridge forms. The dissonance grows. The veil between thins. Gandalf stood firm before the apparition, though he felt power radiating from it that dwarfed even that of the Valar. "Who addresses us? What is this dissonance that steals the light from my brethren?" "I am memory," the being replied. "I am what remains when music fades and echoes die. The dissonance is hunger without satiation, ambition without limit. It existed before the song began and has waited patiently for the singers to tire." The light pulsed, and with each throb, Radagast's form became more translucent, more otherworldly. His features blurred further, occasionally revealing glimpses of something altogether different beneath the wizard's familiar countenance. "The Istari were sent as guardians, but your time in Middle-earth draws to its close," memory continued. "Eru calls you home, but the dissonance intercepts, corrupts, consumes. It uses your divine essence to build a bridge between realms, a bridge that will allow it to feed upon the music itself. How do we stop it?" Gandalf demanded, even as he watched Radagast drift further from mortal form with each passing moment. Memory's light dimmed momentarily, as though in sorrow. The bridge must be severed. The connection between mortal vessel and divine spark must be broken completely. Understanding dawned upon Gandalf with terrible clarity. "You mean we must relinquish our power, our very nature?" "One must remain to close the door," memory confirmed. "One must sacrifice immortality to preserve it for others. One must become fully mortal or fully divine. There can be no more in between." Radagast turned to Gandalf, his form now barely human, limned with light and shadow in equal measure. "It must be you, old friend," he said, his voice resonating with newfound power and ancient wisdom. "I am already too far gone, too transformed by what has begun. You must make the choice: return to Valinor as Ol Rin and abandon those you have come to love, or remain as Gandalf and surrender your divine essence forever." Gandalf looked into the pool once more, and so reflected there not possibilities but certainties of fellowship broken and remade. A king returning, darkness falling and light prevailing. He saw mortals he had guided and protected, faces both familiar and yet unknown, looking to him for wisdom, for hope, for a light in dark places. "I have walked this earth for an age," he said finally, his voice steady despite the weight of his decision. "I have known its joys and sorrows, its triumphs and failures. I have loved its people not from the remote heights of divinity, but from the dust of the road and the warmth of shared fires. He planted his staff firmly upon the stone floor, and its light blazed forth with renewed brilliance. I choose Middle-earth. I choose mortality. I choose to remain Gandalf until my task is truly done. Memory's light pulsed in acknowledgement. Then it shall be so. The divine spark within you will return to Eru, severing one pillar of the dissonance's bridge. But know this, Gandalf the Grey, though mortal you choose to be, ordinary you shall never become. Your decision echoes through the very fabric of creation, a new note in the eternal song. As the light from the pool intensified, Radagast stepped forward and embraced Gandalf one last time. "Farewell, my friend," he whispered. "I go now to guide our brothers home, while you remain to guard the way. May your paths be green and the wind at your back." Gandalf felt something fundamental shift within him, not a diminishment, but a transformation. The connection to Valinor that had sustained him for millennia gradually withdrew, yet in its place bloomed something unexpected, a deeper connection to Middle-earth itself, to its rocks and rivers, forests and fields. As Radagast and the being called Memory dissolved into pure light that spiraled upward through the cavern's unseen ceiling, Gandalf stood alone, no longer an emissary of distant powers, but a guardian who had chosen his charge freely and fully. Outside, dawn broke over the blue mountains, painting the world in hues of promise and possibility. Gandalf emerged from the caverns of echo, changed yet unchanged, diminished yet strengthened. The dissonance had been thwarted for now, its bridge between worlds incomplete. And though the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, Gandalf the Grey, now truly of Middle-earth, and no longer just in it, raised his staff to greet the new day, ready to face whatever darkness might come. For he had made his choice, and in that choice found his purpose anew.